Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So today we'll be continuing from quite some time ago. It has been quite some time since I have continued this hunt, but we'll be back to Farfetched. We do be currently on phase 3 for the dude. Might be over odds on this phase as well. uh, Never ever could be me, right? Never over odds. Last time I did do this was on 7th of December. Has been a while, hasn't it? Well, better late than never, right? Yeah, I'm just going to try to figure out that. Is my counter card? I'm pretty sure it is. Double check. That one should be then. Yeah, the counter is correct. Why did you just double check on that, buddy? Do be pullouts as usual. Supposed to have hunts be without charm at least. It's very few hunts that I have with charm. The other two that I'm of course gonna be running into are Stoffel and Minchino. But the first one I would like to be, of course, the target, so I'm gonna run around until I find one. But yeah. Oh, chew in here, cool. Yeah, I have done the KOing thing, but of course the KOing thing only applies to the ones that have the aura. And I'm gonna be keeping KOing them for their very good reason of I just want a more chance for a Farfetch to be the next one. Because it gets to boost if I KO them, that the next one is gonna be the one. Yeah, we're not gonna be going for Swirlix. It was one of the ones that I was going for at first, but we already got two, so we don't need to be going for more right now. The only time that I would be going for one is if I find one in the Glimbood, when I'm gonna be doing most likely at some point another phase in there on Sword as well. Usually it is indeed Shield that is charmed because, you know, 1 in 100 chance to be getting the authentic Sinisty there. Yeah, anything that has the aura is always gonna be checked, of course, not even depending on have I gotten it or not. We shall see. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think on Sunday it was, that I wanted to be doing some like random encounter hunting once again. Haven't done one of those in quite some time. And you know, this hunt has been going on for quite some time, as most of my hunts have been. Most of my hunts have been indeed. But yeah, we shall see, we shall see. Unfortunately, at the same time, this is one of the best places, but it's not really too good. The best that we can get, I think, is a 5% in every place. I'm pretty sure on that. Which is a little unfortunate, but then again, I've said it plenty of times before that it's understandable, but it's very frustrating that all of the cool, like, new version exclusive forms for older Pokemon are stupidly rare. But unfortunately, it do be what it do be. But yeah, I would like to say that most likely the Farfetch hunt is gonna be quite often now. I will say that there's probably gonna be more hunts done when I do be getting both the Ruby Grass only and the is it the thing called the Alpha Gudradon? It's probably gonna be indeed. Oh no, we'll wait. I don't remember exactly how fast the encounters are with this. I remember them being quite fast. I mean, there's of course gonna be some downtime when I need to be finding one of the 3 Pokemon that I'm looking for, but that's why I'm adding like Minchino and Stuffle into the mix, because first of all, I don't mind to be getting them as shinies, because both of them do be pretty. I think I said it a bunch of times when I have been hunting this, that Minccino is one of the Pokemons that this is kind of the only game that I can get it in. Well, yeah, it's definitely a nice one. It is definitely one of those Pokemons that I would like to be seeing in Scarlet and Violet, or specifically like the art style that the game has. So I just think that it would be fucking interesting and cool. Because are they gonna be going more like stuffed animal look that it's like cloth, or are they gonna be going more of a stuffed animal look that it is like fluffy and stuff? I think that could be interesting to be seeing. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Just, you know, a nice and chill day indeed. I will say so much though that I do not think that I will be having too many of chilling days on this and next week, unfortunately. But, you know, if I need to, I'm gonna be having another off day. It's just unfortunately everything is kind of, you know, stacking up for these 2 weeks, but we'll be fine, we'll be fine. As I said, if I need to, I'm gonna be taking an extra day off for sure. And today I'm feeling okay. I'll be changing in the tires soon-ish. Do our car on do our car in about when it is Saturday, and do the elderly this car we're gonna be changing them in next Tuesday, which means that Ruby Grass only is gonna be again on Monday. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, of course, but no, life do what life do, you know. Of course, you know, it's important to be changing, you know, tires, because it's, you know, nice and warm and you can. So we're not the kind of people that change them too early. I know a lot of people are, and they usually will be getting trouble from that. Because, you know, it's not safe to be changing too early to either of the tires. I mean, specifically like summer tires, but it's not recommended to be switching too early into the winter tires either, because they're just gonna be getting a lot of wear to them that is like unnecessary, that they wouldn't be getting if, you know, it would be changing the correct time. Farfetch'd. I have a feeling that either Galarian Farfetch is actually gonna be available again in the main series game, or Farfetch is gonna be getting another regional variant and a regional evolution. Don't know really to what it would be getting, but I have a feeling that it could be. Maybe now that we have gotten one that is more, you know, a fighter than anything else, maybe we would be getting another like regional form and or evolution that would be more like to the flying part, because like regular Farfetch'd isn't really that big of a flyer. Maybe even in the evolution it would be setting the leak aside. That's a possibility. We shall see. It's a cool Pokemon. But it would be kind of odd though, because like they, even though like not every regional version is available in like in the new Pokemon games, but you know most of them are, so that's why I'm kind of feeling that Farfetch'd would be at least at some point available. The Galarian one specifically, so you know it could be evolving. Oh yeah, we shall see. It's definitely one of those Pokemons that I would like to be using. It's not like the evolution is too hard to be getting early on, because it's just, you know, you need to be landing three critical hits in one battle. At least I guess it's better than Pokemon Go. Galarian Farfetch'd evolution requirement in that game is really something. It's kind of annoying, if you ask me, but it is kind of fitting, so fair enough, I suppose. Also, we're getting a quite nice trick from this Farfetch'd, which is absolutely lovely. Still continuing, okay, sure. But yeah, usually I want to be having like one Pokemon to be having an empty slot there, because it's like a lot faster encounters, but unfortunately, you know, the other one is Swirlix now. I'm not countering Swirlix, plus this is one of the more annoying grass patches to be doing it in, because you can't be seeing all the options easily. You could be accidentally running into the one that is in the bottom here. Are you? I will say it feels nice. Like, it feels very nice to be back with Sword and Shield random encounter hunch. Break was definitely worth it from this. Look at this Farfetch'd. Love to see that. I don't exactly remember from on top of my head what is the chance to be getting like a shiny once you have KO'd 500 of them from the auras, but it is pretty high compared to, you know, random floats. It do be. Oh, there is the first aura of the Farfetch'd. One of the only ones that will be having severely increased odds. Every single one of them will be having increased odds if they are having the aura. I'm quite certain on that. Because, you know, only one is like needed for that anyways. So yeah. Doobie what it doobie. I actually want to check out one. I've checked it a bunch of times during this because I am of course like thinking of what is gonna be the next hunt that I will be doing after I found one of the Farfetch, because I'll be either going for eggs for the next one or I'll just be doing the funny thing of another one of these at some point. I definitely don't want to be doing another one. I think another one the next one, I think, if it's gonna be like a visible one, I want it to be, you know, pretty easily available. Well, it's a random one then, you know. Doobie, what it do be? Wanna quickly check out the things. One of the next ones that I have in mind. Where's the encounter table in here? Route 6, to be specific. It's quite funny though, like, not like intentionally or anything, but I'm kind of going into route order. I did do one hunt in this game on Route 1, I didn't do one on Route 2 on this game specifically. I did do one on Route 3. Route 4 is, you know, a little pumpkin guy. Or this is Route 5. And then we have... like Route 6 is gonna be the next one that I'm thinking of after I'm done with Farfetch'd. I'm just curious about the thing called this thing counter table there. I think that's hidden ones, yeah. Visible ones specifically. Trio Trap Hinge, Miraculous at 10%, Trap Hinge is 1%. Yeah, Mask, that is gonna be my target, is pretty high there. 35. Oh. Exact CU at 5% as well. Or 5% in that game. Is Helioptile at 29%, so... Oh, the one, like, there is like one Pokemon that I really would like to be hunting for, even though I don't think that it has greatest of shinies by any means. It's Silly Gobra. But it's only a hidden encounter in there. I guess I find it odd because there's a story thing for it, but anyways. Oh. It is kind of the only area if I don't want to be going for the Isle of Armor locations. Which I wouldn't mind per se. I'm gonna check out the EEST. Where's the focus? Like, let me guess, only on Sandstorm. It is a visible encounter as well. I was thinking, is it gonna be only a hidden one once again? The bottom desert is the location that I was thinking of. But there is the problem of there's so many. I don't know, I find it hard to be getting like encounters in there. No, what is it about it, but I find it to be getting... It's only 10% there. But Silly Cobra is definitely a Pokemon that I would like to be getting in this game, or in these games instead of Scarlet and Violet, because I just will say that I think that the Silly Cobra is gonna be quite a pain to be trying to be getting in Scarlet and Violet. The shiny change, you know, isn't the greatest. And I can't be bothered to be too close to the screen to be checking every single one of them. But at the same time, I also don't want to be like KOing everything to be making sure. There's few Pokemon that I definitely will be doing it for, of course, but like... I guess if I feel like there is a chance that I could be seeing it without it, I don't want to be doing it. You know. The only problem as well with Silly Cobra in Scarlet and Violet is that I'm doubting that it's the only ground type available there. I know in Scarlet and Violet, like the desert area in there or whatever it's called. I think it's a sort of desert. Anyways, that area there, it's like weirdly divided that, you know, these Pokemons are available in this part more and these are in this area more, and it's like, oh. It's kind of interesting why it is done that way. I mean, I don't mind it, of course. It's nice that it is, you know. It's just at the same time a little confusing. I'm trying to be remembering which Pokemon is more available in which area. As I was last night, I was really like, you know, doing a Scarlet and Violet hunt, you know, just for funsies. I was only gonna be doing like 1/2 an hour a sandwich. Nothing else. Just going for a roller, and I did find it, but it just reminded me like how weirdly divided the areas are. Like, if you're kind of in the middle part or like closer to the water gym, you find bunch Larvestos, and if you're like on the edge near the ocean, I feel like at least I did seem to be finding a lot more Rellor in there. So it's interesting. Yeah. I don't remember who it was, but I remember like someone was at some point complaining a lot that Larvesta is hard to be finding there, but at the same time, like with my box sandwich, I found it everywhere. And if you put up a fire sandwich, I think it's gonna be even easier. Then again, it could be just, you know, at that part of the game, it's harder to be finding it, which, you know, fair enough. But it's still kind of silly to me that Larvesta is so many times harder to be finding than Volgarona. It's so silly, I love it. I love it indeed. Oh yeah, and as usually for Farfetch, I did switch the time to be a little bit later on the day. Yes, I do be liking to be hunting on night time and sunset time in this game. To switch it by a few hours forward. But still, you know, keeping it on the same day. The other reason is that I just think that there's some Pokemons that would be looking quite nice during the nighttime as well. If they would be popping up and being nice and shiny. I'll be running away from you. Before, but I need to KO you. That's okay. One. I still will wonder though, like, when are they gonna be making the thing that things are not gonna be capping in June 999. I mean, I get it for like maybe for the save file, like that could still be capping into it, but I wonder when. Probably never though. I think they're gonna be forever be stopping things to 999, but would be interesting to see if they would be ever making the change. Be interesting indeed. Hello. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the follow. Nice. You be liking Sword and Shield myself as well. Definitely up there to be one of my favorite Pokemon games. Oh, I didn't mean to run into Swirlix. I guess it gives me easier checks for... There's gonna be more Farfetch'd coming in after this one. Good morning to you. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Hello. Hope you're having a good day as well. Guys, I'm having an okay-ish day today. As usual, nothing too bad. I woke up this morning into a kind of like not really like that important of a email, but at the same time it was kind of relieving that I did send into a right email the email. So that's nice. I will say also pretty quick response. I did send the email over the weekend, but you know, it's not like they are working over the weekend, at least on that department in there. So that's nice. Nice. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Oh, me? I'm doing far-fetched hunting, the Galarian kind, of course, because you can be fighting in the wild the regular one. I'm on phase 3 on that dude. And already 100 encounters today, so that's pretty nice. The last time that I did do this was on... was it 7th? 17th. Thank you for the follow. It was 7th of December. I've been taking a break. Oh, good luck on that. Trying to be getting the shiny charm, I'm assuming. DS are fun. For sure. Can't be bothered to be doing too much myself, but... in quotes, a little bitch. Every week. What are you going in the DAs then? Yo, you got the side guard. Nice. Mewtwo is pretty decent. Kyurem is also interesting. I'm still working on my Xerneas. It is unfortunate I will be busy on like both this weekend and next weekend, so I'm not too sure how much DAs I can do. Well, I'll try to do some though. If I remember correctly, it's 8 more checks I hit 300, which is odds for me. And I'm only counting the Xerneas that I see. So I don't know, and I don't want to know how many I have failed. Yo, nice. Lander is one of the more annoying ones to be randomly running into, because you're like seeing that it's a flying type and you get a bunch of electric types. It's like, yo, this is a ground type. I mean, Landorus isn't too bad, it's just like if you do it randomly and you get flying and it's Landorus and you have electric types, it's kind of bad. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Landorus should be that bad though. I'm not too sure about it. It just doesn't feel like it should be that bad. I don't think that it is gonna be as bad as like Xerneas and Zygarde. But yeah. I usually say that my favorite Pokemon is Dragonair. I don't really have like defined favorite Pokemon. Be like in bunch of Pokemons, but I usually say it's Dragonair. What's yours then? Do you have a specific favorite Pokemon yourself? Okay. Pretty cool ones, pretty cool ones. Oh, you can do that. I know that. Are you looking for something specific on the item printer then? I still need to do at some point in this game to be try to be getting more of the apricot Pokeballs. Fair enough. I'm gonna check it out later. Probably during the ad break. I need to be trying to be getting more apricot Pokeballs in this game. Oh, I've... Fine. I need to be looking for the other one first. Anyways. Yeah. Also, there's so many things in this game that I would need to be doing in order for preparing for some hunts and just overall. One of the overall things that I need to be getting, I would like to be getting more like different kinds of Pokeballs, specifically the apricot Pokeballs. And then there is the thing that I would like to be getting enough of the fossils in order to be getting the funny thing called the fossils at some point. I have a decent amount of watts, so it would just need to be like bothered to be going press A bunch. But it's not always the funnest thing to be doing, now is it? Because I would like to get like, I don't know how many. I don't want to be doing too many at once because I don't want to be getting too many at once, but I want to be getting a decent amount. Like 25 is usual what I heard, but I could technically go for 30 and do like an entire box at once. Wouldn't be that bad, but I guess it depends how lucky I'll get, because of course like there is 2 fossils that are rare to the game that you're playing. The true question is that what do I want to do when I'm doing that? I guess I would like to say that I don't want to be doing just the reset hunt, basically. And there's also the Articuno. Always the Articuno is an option, so I could be going for that. I really need to be getting back to it anyways. I can't really do DAs at the same time that I'm doing the fossil things, because I'm doing DAs and the fossils, they would be on the same system, on the same file. So I unfortunately can't really be doing both. Because I'm planning on doing them on this file, which is my main Sword and Shield file for streaming. The other one is just meant for the teacup. Really? But yeah, I don't know. I usually like to do DAs only nowadays. I don't mind doing something else when I'm doing DAs, but at the same time, DAs do be requiring quite a good amount of concentration. Well, I'll figure out something. I would need to be getting it done. I don't know when Fossil Week is this year. Right now is Egg Month if you want to be doing like shiny hunting things, of course. But no. Yo, nice. Congrats. I think the next like shiny hunting one that I want to be getting into is Arbor Week. Then it's probably Safari Week and then probably Fossil Week. We shall see. We're gonna be having an ad break soon. So having an ad break indeed soon. Of course, as usual, I'll be stopping hunting for that time. Oh, hello! Good Max, how are you doing? What are you up to today? Oh no, did you delete the Mewtwo? I know the pain. It's so stupidly easy to be doing, it's annoying. I did have Mewtwo at some point, but then I deleted it for I think Xerneas or Zygarde. Can do counter or flying legendaries. At least there isn't like a million of them or anything. I'll leave it to this one then. Almost 150 checks in like an hour. A little bit under an hour. Well, that's not too bad. Pretty good, actually. I mean, it depends what flying type it is. Flying is weak to electric, ice, rock. Depends on what flying type it is. I'll be getting going soon. to run away from you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, with flying, it's quite like an unfortunate to be knowing. It would be nice to be knowing which one isn't you're gonna be going up for. Because there is indeed. There's one ground type there that, you know, is always annoying to be getting into if you have electric type. I would like to say that most likely, from what I remember, like either ice or rock is probably gonna be like the smartest ways to be going for flying types. For ice, there is technically a chance that it's gonna be neutral only. But I don't think that there should be an immunity for an ice type. Rocky is good because it's 4 times super effective, at least 2 that I can right now think of the legendaries. But unfortunately, you know, if it's the crowned one. I don't know the moveset of Landorus, though I'm like assuming just that it knows like Earthquake. Because why wouldn't it be? But yeah, it is always fun to be going either against the flying types or the psychic types in Dynamax Adventures as the legendary. They're like, which one is it? Oh, by the way, how far you are in the getting the level 10 research on Arceus for the Pokemons? Because I will say that I still will never be bothered to be doing it. Oh, it's Zapdos. One of the ones that resist electric, or is neutral. One super effective, one resist, I think. I think the total amount is like 240 Pokemons in Arceus, if that's what you're thinking of, the other number. Well, at least it doesn't have like World Absorb in Arceus. 400 Pokemon. Since when? Because I'm quite certain that the number is 242 in Arceus. Arceus has very few Pokemons. Yeah. I don't mind Zapdos. But at the same time, it's kind of the most disappointing of the legendary birds. Shiny is at best. I honestly don't know why they couldn't be making why couldn't they be making that shiny better? I mean, it's not impossible to be getting Mew, but it is quite hard. But yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, I understand that. Of course, I'm gonna be going for most likely every shiny at some point that I can easily get access to. I mean, technically you can be getting it if you get access to a very specific copy of Emerald that has the Mew event activated, but that's technically right now the only legitimate way to be getting it if you haven't got it from Pokemon Go. But it's still doable nowadays, it just has to be having the event activated on it. It's very hard, I will say that much. And it's Emerald, so you have to be doing runaways because soft resetting is impossible in that game, basically. But yeah, there is a possibility to be getting it. Yeah. It is unfortunate. But if I remember correctly, there is like... There's like Pomic Ritual or something like that. There's like glitches to be getting in there in any version of the game, but if you want to like actually be like even more legit, then you would be need to be getting a Japanese copy of it, of Emeralds, and then be getting the event there. That's the most legit way to be getting it in game support from Pokemon Go. But yeah, if you get the Japanese Emerald that has the event activated and hasn't got a Mew, that's a legit way to be getting it. It's just probably kind of hard to be getting it, and I would like to say that if someone is selling it, it's gonna be in a pretty decent price. And of course you're stuck with 1 in 8k odds. But yeah, it's completely understandable if don't want to be going for Mew. It's kind of same with Deoxys as well. And Manaphy. Celebi is easier though. It's one of the only mythicals that is actually easy to be getting shiny. I mean, it's still 1 in 8k odds, but at least you don't need to be having a very specific version of the game. I mean, you do, but it's not like you need to be having specific language. I mean, you can say it's easy, but at the same time, if you live in an area that people are not playing Pokemon Go, it's not easy. And I will still say that I just I don't like to be doing raids in Pokemon Go. I don't have good teams. And I'm usually not available to play on those times that the raids are happening anyways. But I don't want to be paying money to be doing them. And knowing my luck, it's gonna be like, for me, taking like 5 times the odds to be getting it, even though the odds are low. It's 1 in 12, but my shiny luck is either ridiculously good or horrifyingly bad. There is no in between. And also the Oxys raids, of course it's like any raids in Pokemon Go, they only happen every once in a while, they are not always there. And then again, I don't know if I want to be paying extra money to be getting like 1 Pokemon. But then again, each to their own, I just I'm psychic. Good luck figuring that out. You could be getting lucky and it's like 4 times weak to Ghost and Dark. Depending on what game you have, of course, if Lunala is an option. But yeah. It could be Mewtwo though. So you could be getting it back like immediately, which would be nice. Oh, you have a Lunala in your game, nice. So you have a shield then. Have fun at work then. I mean, you can rebattle the legendaries as many times as you want, I'm pretty sure, but you just can't be capturing it. Because I know there's some people that do be helping me with Xerneas and they have already caught it. I don't know how it works from the menu though. But I'm assuming because you have them, you should be able to. We're making sense at least. Yeah. I will say that it's an understandable mistake to be making. For sure. But at the same time, it's like in most games you can only be catching one of each legendaries anyways. But yeah. Pokemon Sword was Pokemon Shield technically was kind of my first Pokemon game. I think it was my first one. Because I'm pretty sure I got the Ultra Moon later. Yeah, I did get Ultra Moon later. So Sword was... Shield was my first one. I also played Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but like I didn't own them. I have played like other games before, other Pokemon games beforehand, but I didn't own them myself. So I don't really count them. The other one that is one of my first ones is Soul Silver. I ever played. You gotta start somewhere. But it's always funny to be hearing the stories when people like their first Pokemon games ever were either like Scarlet and Violet or Legends Arceus. It's always fun to be hearing like when they go back to like older Pokemon games, they're like, these are hard games to be shiny hunting in. I mean, yes and no. They're not per se harder, it's just gonna be taking longer to be getting encounters. I don't like to say that it's harder by any means. It's just like it's gonna be just taking longer, and I think that there is quite a big difference between those two things. In one way, I will say though that it is definitely harder to be hunting in like Sword and Shield and some other older games. Is that is not impossible, but quite hard to be try to isolate most Pokemons. Which is sometimes annoying, like, as I said it, for example, this hunt is one of the best examples of that. Only 5%. Only way to be increasing the odds is to be KOing things. Be hoping that the next spawn will be another Farfetch'd. But yeah. Definitely up there on the annoying side. Also, I'm kind of looking forward to be hearing what is going to be the reason why people hate Legends CA. Looking forward to what is gonna be the reason why people hate it. This game it was because of national decks, but at the same time I will still say that at some point it needed to be done. Because now there is over 1,000 Pokemon. Like, at some point there needs to be, like, not every Pokemon can be in every game. And as I said, it's not that big of a deal for me, I don't really care about it. I just see it in the way that it makes it more special when I actually see them in the Pokemon games, when they are not available in every game. Arceus, I think the main problem was that like at the start it was just, even though we knew that it was different from everything else, I think we just didn't know how different it was, and it was a problem for a bunch of people. But I think Scarlet and Violet is one of the most, like, understandable why it was hated at the start, and it was because was there so many bugs, glitches, performance issues. There still is, but there is fewer. But yeah, I do be saying that that's completely understandable. As I said, my opinion on Scarlet and Violet has changed. Because it was just a pain to be playing in the beginning, because it was just so badly optimized. And I still will say that I absolutely hate that if you're playing in multiplayer, your spawns are like cut in half. I understand why it is done, but I still don't like it. Oh, one. Those watts. I can literally afford absolutely nothingness with. I'm still wondering though, even though it doesn't really affect me in any way, shape or form, and how much of a warning time they will be giving us when like bank is gonna be closing. I mean, I would be hoping that it would be, you know, they would be warning beforehand. Technically they already have, but they haven't given like specific day when they are gonna be going away. The connection between the two. But at the same time, I don't know. I really hope that they will be giving like a nice warning beforehand. They don't definitely need to by any means. It would be nice if they would. There will for me forever be a place for the older games type of hunting. Could be partial because I started with them anyways. Always gonna be a little special place for me for them. Well, welcome back. Nice. Lovely. I see. Yeah, I like Lake Trio a lot. I will forever be complaining why are they legendaries. It's one of the only like trios of legendaries that do. First of all, they would be more fitting as mythicals, and second of all, they just all feel the same. I wouldn't mind them if they would be like, surely like the buff cloud dudes, they are kind of the same, but they also kind of aren't. But I just don't get the same feeling for the Lake Trio. It just feels too samey for my liking. Yeah, the storyline in Legends Arceus for them is very good. Like, I like their story and everything. I just don't think that they are legendary worthy. Then again, it could be partially thanks to Shino's just introducing in quotes way too many legendaries in the first place. And mythicals. It's like insane how many there were. But then again, the story in Legends Arceus is kind of just like, it makes it more sense why they are used in nowadays. You know, they were used to be, you know, doing the evil things. So that we say that it's nice. Their story and everything is nice, but as I said, I would be completely fine if they would be mythicals instead of legendaries. I would be probably liking them a little bit more. Above the Snow is honestly quite hard to be defeating sometimes if you don't have correct Pokemon against it. Avalanche can be doing very good damage. What Leon fight? The one to finish the main story, or where? Okay, yeah, the main story, yeah. Bridges are, by the way, another thing that I need to be getting to do at some point. I just... wonder when I want to be getting back to EEST. It's been also like... It has been longer, I'm pretty sure, that I have done EEST last than Farfetch last. Before today, of course, for Farfetched. Well, when I'm feeling like it, of course. But, I don't know, it's a fun hunt to be doing. I guess I'm just not really wanting to be doing lately, like, dual hunting. Then again, like, almost the entirety of the last month I was doing either Scarlet and Violet, DAs, or Alpha Kudra. The kinds of hunts that I don't usually like to be doing other hunts in at the same time, because I want to be fully focused on the hunt going on at the moment. One thing that I did notice today that we need to be doing soon is to be cleaning our toaster because it's smelling. I don't want to be smelling the burned crumbs there. The only thing that I absolutely hate about cleaning toasters, though, is that you can never really get everything out. It's very hard to like actually clean them and like be completely empty with everything. Or it could be just I have always been having bad toasters. Like, surely most of them are, like, in the... like, the collection area that, like, where they are supposed to be, but still, like, quite a good amount of them are not going there. It's the fun thing to do. Love cleaning toasters. I will say though, I don't think that, like, there's one thing that I absolutely hate right now to be cleaning, and it's our oven, but I think it wouldn't actually be that bad if we could be like actually removing the door. Like, if we could be actually removing the door, I don't think it would be that bad. But since on that one we can be removing the door, so it's very easy to be getting into the back and try to be cleaning from there. Also, I always be I think to clean that oven slash stove because it's both in one. Because it's so old, it's never gonna be getting clean. And it's annoying. As I said, I've talked about it before, I'm pretty sure that oven, like the brand that it is about, I'm pretty sure they are not even making ovens anymore. Or if they are not that kind, because that's like actually very old. Then again, this should be an old house, so fair enough, I suppose. Oh yeah, the other day we did go, like, I need to be going actually twice to store in one day. And we were, I guess, lucky in that sorts. We did see like 3 different times, like police in those 2 times. Yeah, I don't mind it. First one was because there was a tree that was at that point it was removed from the road, but it did fall to the road. Second time was when they stopped someone. And third time was that they were just go to maybe shopping in the store, even though they did act like they were looking for someone. It's just insane. But oh boy, was last week quite a hilarious one. Because last week was like a week that like everyone was told, like it was a big announcement everywhere and stuff like that, that if you're gonna be switching to summer tires, you're gonna be getting in trouble. But of course, as usual, a bunch of people did change into summer tires and they got in trouble. I talked about it earlier, but it's always so hilarious. And for the reason, like, surely, like, most of the last week was, like, surely you could be going with summer tires without an issue. But the problem was that it wasn't, like, we couldn't be that sure of the weather. It could, like, just all of a sudden start snowing. So that's why it was, like, said that, you know, don't change them. Because the weekend was going to be bad, and it was. And people be always complaining. They always complain about the tire changing things. Every year, and it's kind of annoying to be hearing it. But yeah, doobie what a doobie. Doobie what a doobie. Also, I think we are above the point. Are we? Yeah, we're above the point that this is the longest phase for Farfetch'd. The first one was 7,043. Yes. Was the first one indeed. So this is the longest Farfetch'd phase that we're going for. Can we get to double odds? It could technically happen today, but I'm not gonna be pushing it though. If I feel like don't want to be going for that long, then you know, not going to. Oh. I just soon be switching the dude from the front. I'm like out of moves. Which means that I have seen 45 of these today. Which is pretty decent amount for 5% Pokemon in more or less like almost 400 encounters. No, 300. I think that's a very good amount though. The 6,800 that I did start today. Yes. So it doesn't do bad at all for almost 300. Any amount that I can see is good. Now the only thing that I need to be remembering is that if I need to be in quotes, I need to be encountering the Wobbuffet, I need to be switching the ghost one to Franch. It's the only thing that I need to be remembering to be doing. You know, can't be running away from everything because ghost don't care about Shadow Tag. Oh yeah, when I went today to be healing my Pokemons, I was like, I have a Buffalound on my team? And then I was, oh yeah, because I was hunting like in the random encounters last Darumaka, and there is an option to be finding, you know, above the snow. It has Woodhammer, and I'm like, yeah. I wanted to be getting Sapsipper for that. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Why do I have the bottom? Just, it's been quite some time since I have done that as well. It's gonna be, as I said, when I did stop it and a few times after that, it's gonna be more of the wintry hunt that I'll be doing. If I don't feel like doing it, but most likely gonna be a wintry one that I'll be doing that. I'm gonna be having another break soon indeed. To be a good place, to of course get something to drink, something to eat, take a break in some shape or form. To be indeed. I'll be doing a few more encounters before that though. Hopefully. I think I could be, depending on how nicely these are spawning, I could be doing 2 more after this. Could I be squishing in one more? I can see. If I can, it's not the end of the world, of course, but it would be quite nice if I could. Squish in one more. And you know it is then. Unfortunately, the regular kind. I will be here. Wait for the yes, indeed. We're getting going soon once again. Doing a few more things before we get going. There we go. Weak math time though as well. Let's see I do 150 checks for like per hour. I guess it's more or less EEST amount. To go for 6 hours today, it's 900 checks. It's decent. Of course, we'll see how long I'll go today, but it's pretty decent indeed. Very good amount. If I would be wanting to be doing like 8 hours, it would be close to odds. But then again, not that close, but or double the odds, I mean. Well, yeah, probably not gonna be hitting double the odds today. If I'm gonna be doing that, I'll be doing it most likely tomorrow. As I said previously, I think I will be concentrating on Farfetched once again. The problem is that, you know, there is only limited amount of days in a week. There is that kind of problem, you know. Because I wouldn't mind to be doing like bunch of like different games per week. I wouldn't mind that, you know, hunting different games, play other games. Problem is that, you know, one day is right now gonna be the Ruby grass only, then it's gonna be Alpha Gudra after that. Once again, because I hit the odds there as well. Why not, you know? It's funny like that. Then... And once a week at least I'll be doing Dynamax Adventures, maybe twice, depending on how weekend goes, how I'm feeling and such. And then... then... Yeah, then there's still after 3 other days to be doing everything, or 2 days. 5 times a week, 2 off days at least. Oh, Animal Crossing here and there as well. As I said, it's a very good game that if I would be playing at the start of the day or at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which way it is, just, you know, be going there a little bit if you don't want to be playing too much. And, you know, if you want to be playing more, then, you know, play more. You know what would be kind of a cool option to a Pokemon game, even though it would be strange if they would be doing that? Is that if you could be choosing, do you want to be hearing the battle music when you go to encounter, you know, Pokemons? Or do you want to be hearing like the round music? For example, this road has quite a nice music to it, so I would like to be just hearing it. That's like the only unfortunate part about this game, that I need to be encountering everything in order to know their shininess. But yeah. But it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. It's just, you know, would be nice, I guess. But then again, to be like in the option that, you know, it's not just you will be hearing the same music over and over again, which sometimes I will say that in Scarlet and Violet is kind of a bad thing, to be hearing the same music over and over again. Like, one of the only ways to be switching the music up is depending on are you riding the legendary Pokemon or not. It's like, I think one of the only ways to be switching the music if you're like, you know, running about. There's some areas that have different music depending on where you are. Still. I'm so surprised it's a Magikarp. Gotta check though, it's it's technically a boosted one. When it is having the aura. Rest of the fishing ones today. To be fair, there really usually isn't too many of the fishing ones that I'll be doing because it's only one spot and it's quite rarely that it is indeed having the aura around it. But when it does... When it does... I think the last time that I have heard this... No. Is it? I think the last time that I have heard the sparkles in this game was when I did get the other Vanillish. Because you know, yes, you are not gonna be hearing the sparkles. I've been getting few on there. Which also means that at some point I need to be still be doing the box thing. In this game to be getting, you know, more spots to be putting the shinies in. It's not gonna be that bad at all. The problem is, as nice as it would be to be having, you know, my shinies in the, like, Pokédex order and everything. I kind of like it more that they are in, like, time order that I have found them. I like that more. Which is very interesting. So I guess it like kind of gives you the timeline, like when did you get this and this shiny in, you know? It's another reason why I don't think that I will be moving too much of the shinies away from the games that I did find them in. There's few exceptions. For sure, but mostly I'll just be having them in the games that I did find them in. No. I decided to wake up. What are you doing? Decided to wake up indeed. Coming into the table. What are you gonna be doing? A little cat. You want attention? Oh, that's a surprise. So you could never want attention. Nah, she could never. Oh, she's probably either going to eat or something. Oh yeah, kind of a weird thing that I've noticed about the cat that we have is that she doesn't mind if we're watching her eating. But when she is like drinking, and if we would be then watching her, she doesn't like it. It's a weird thing, like, kind of feels like she's embarrassed that, you know, she's drinking, even though it's completely normal. It's just... doesn't want to be watched then. Oh yeah, we did let her to be on the balcony last night. When we did get home. There were like, you know, people be outside doing kind of a barbecue thing there. But yeah, she was very interested in that because there was a dog that was making noise. And she was very confused. I guess more thanks to the fact that I'm pretty sure that that might be the first time that she's actually seeing like that dog to be making, you know, noise. I was looking like, huh? She do easily indeed. And thankfully it starts to be in that kind of weather that we can actually be keeping the balcony door open most of the time. You know, she enjoys that. We need to be cleaning the balcony and, you know, readying up for the summer though. Starting to think what we are trying to be growing this year. Because for some it's already the time to be, you know, putting them in. Not for too many things. Not for some. They usually in May that it happens. For most. Not some, you know. It's nice to be seeing though that stores are already like getting into that. They're like, you know, bunch of like those shelves that are just to fill with, you know, different packages of seeds for different things. There is a lot more options. What do you want to use as a dirt, I think is the right way to be using in English. Because usually only in winter times it's like only for like flowers and like just the generic kinds. In most places at least. And also it's a little bit cheaper to be buying them in summer slash spring. Because they are, you know, in the season, so people are more likely to be buying more. But now you could be like getting stuff for even like trees and bushes and whatnots if you would like to have those, so there's a bunch of options. We usually just be taking like just kind of like a generic one. Kind of a generic one indeed. That it is, you know. There is a bunch of it, but it's, you know, relatively cheap for the amount that we get. I think soil is actually the right word to be using for that. Anyways. That thing. I need to be having there. We try to be using some of our like previous year's stuff because, you know, there is already like some good things in there, but you know, of course we can't be using them all, and also the problem is that it's staying, you know, outside the entire winter, so usually we need to be getting them in for a few days. You know, warm them up a little bit so they're easier to work with. Yep. Yep, what I do. Gonna be interesting to see if anything wants to be surviving this summer. I mentioned it before that it just gets ridiculously hot on our balcony on summer when sun is shining to it. Like ridiculously hot in the place that we are living in. Oh yeah, one kind of weird thing was going on yesterday as well is that since we have most of our like bottle lids, then they are, you know, connected to the bottle and such because of changes and stuff. It was very weird to be like yesterday where like I was using one that didn't have it. And it's not like it was like that old of a bottle. So, you know, it would be making more sense that it wouldn't be having it. It was like pretty recent. You know, after the change and everything. So yeah, money. It do be like that sometimes. It do be. Yeah. How it do before nighttime in the game. Oh. Cat hasn't cleaned her eye because it hurts. There's one. She's doing her things and headbutting you. You do be loving to be using headbutts. Also, surprisingly good I'm doing today in the hunts in the way that I'm remember to mostly be KOing the Warfetched. There hasn't been too many that I have been missing today. Now you're on the table. So you're gonna be be giving me luck then? Is that what you're gonna be doing? Are you checking the mic today, or are you just staring out of the window? I know there is birds out there. Yeah, I know. There's birds out there, and there is... The leaves are still going wild in the wind. I know. I'm probably gonna be soonish gonna be actually cleaning the thing there out of most of the leaves at least. You need more space. Oh, you want to? I mean, if you want to, you can. Yeah, I know. I know you haven't eaten. You haven't even gotten anything extra yet. I don't think. At this point, it's a little too early to be giving you rest of the food. I'm just happy. I think the cat is very much looking forward to, like, when, like, actually, like, the smaller creatures, apart from the birds, are coming back in there. It's gonna be, you know, rabbits or bunnies of sorts there. Sometimes there's ducks. It's very rare that there is dogs, because there is like few like places that they are hanging in around here. But it's just a strange place for them to be going. Why they would be coming in here? Sometimes. She loves to though be looking out from the window and checking out what's going on. Definitely, if could, would be putting, you know, a bird feeder there, but you know, can really be doing it. We could technically be asking for it, but at the same time, eh. Once we getting an own place, there is probably gonna be one anyways there. It's quite often in here. It's gonna be some sort of bird feeder in your own yard. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can find whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But remember, progress is still progress at the end of the day. Then But is it going to be the case that I'll be getting, you know, two of like either Shuffle or Minchino next, and then I'll be getting next one getting two of them? Be quite hilarious if that would be the case, for sure. Where's the possibility though? It was you. Ooh. Always love to see you. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like I did get any kind of streak from that. I do be like that. It unfortunately can be happening always. Oh, boost Minchino. Nice. We're loving the boosted ones. Even though, as I said plenty of times, like nothing but the Farfetch is gonna be that much boosted. They are still going to be boosted nonetheless if they have the aura, like, that's the thing. So they work. You know what would be kind of an interesting way to be getting a living dex for like certain game done? Doing Let's Go Pikachu and or Eevee and just AFK the entire time. Because you could do that. It's gonna be taking quite some time for sure, but and you unfortunately can't be doing for everything that, and you know, for everything that you can, that could be a very interesting one. You know, maybe get a catch combo to, you know, a certain point, so like the rare spawns or special spawns, whatever things can be spawning in. And then just, you know, just watch. Watch and see what happens. Would definitely be an interesting one. Because from what I have heard, usually people want to be doing in Let's Go, of course, you know, the catch combo thing. Catching things until they will be getting something. Because I know that at some point at least there was like some people that did like doing quotes of shiny hunting in Let's Go in that way. Because it's quite a chill hunt to be doing like when you're doing like schoolwork or something else like that. You can just be having the game be running there because the shinies are for most part gonna be staying there for a little while. There's only very few exceptions. They will be only there for a little while. What? Could be interesting. Like, it surely will be taking quite some time, but still a possibility. I know some people, very few people though, but some people have done it for Legends Arceus to be hunting one of those alpha Pokemon by literally doing nothing, but they of course need to be the kinds that will be there only certain times of day. Because if they are not, then you know they are not gonna be respawning without you doing something else. I think the weather ones could be working as well, but I'm not too sure. I know at least the like day or night ones to be working for it. But the props with, you know, doing it in Arceus is that, you know, shinies to be making sound. This is a little bit easier in there. I guess you would kind of also need to be going into an area that it's either impossible or very unlikely for the Pokemons to be running into you as well. Unfortunately, there is very few of those areas. Because, you know, like, in this game, for example, you can do an AFK hunt, you can do the Sharpedo. But, you know, you need to be running away each time that it's there. It's running into you. It's not like a true AFK one for that. But it's definitely gonna be taking quite some time though. We'll be doing the AFK hunts. They have their benefits for sure, but I would rather not. The only game that I would kind of like to do an AFK hunt in is in Scarlet and Violet. Like a true AFK hunt. But the problem is that, you know, it's not gonna be raining forever. It's not gonna be whatever weather it is gonna need to be for a certain Pokemon to be always running away. Apart from if they're shinies, of course. Understandable. Well, welcome back. Welcome back indeed. Oh, the one with the legendary. Or which one it is. Oh, the one before the champion fight. Okay. Understandable. Nice. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be too bad then. I will say though, as much as I do be absolutely always be loving the box art legendaries for each of the games, the problem is that they are always so specifically for that region, especially like more later ones. Which, you know, fair enough, they can get a nice story and everything, but then it just kind of feels odd that why they are on other regions then. Like, there's like some of the very like early on ones that, you know, like, yeah, that makes sense to be like everywhere, but then there is like Sword and Shield and every single one of the Alola games that they're so fit to fit those games specifically that it feels odd that they are found somewhere else. At least I guess the Alola ones, they make a little bit more sense. What do you? Yeah, I have heard that the Scorbunny is the easiest starter to be picking and to be getting it done the easiest way possible. Nice. Yeah. Leon's team, it is, you know, as usual that champions have very much of a variety of team. That they don't, you know, use only single type. At the same time, they do be weak to quite a good amount of the same things. Of course, it depends on what starter you pick, but like at least the ones that he has always, they are like weak to basically the same things. Which makes him sometimes to be quite easy. I do be kind of hoping that we get at some point like kind of a hop-like rival again. In the sense of that I would be hoping that we could be getting another rival that does switch Pokemons a little bit. Because we don't get it too often that rivals be switching their teams up a little like that much. Yeah, they do be very interesting. To be fair, I don't like either of them. I mean, they are kind of like meant to be like dislikable characters, but as I mentioned before, you can make a dislikable character without it being annoying. They are annoying. Causing troubles for literally no reason. Yeah, we're gonna be having another break soon. So ads coming in. About a minute and a half, but yeah. Yeah, it's very nice that they do be showing more of the newer things. What are new into the games? Yeah. I will still say the one thing that I like it about Scarlet and Violet, but for one specific Pokemon I absolutely hated. It's the fact that the gym leaders always be terastallizing one Pokemon to be their type. And it definitely couldn't be having anything to do with the electric gym, and when it terastallizes the Pokemon, it literally has no weaknesses. And it's so OP, it's annoying. Like, surely I don't mind, like, car battles. They are, like, part of the game. But at the same time, make a Pokemon with literally no immunities is very mean. And it's a hard one to KO as well because it's so fast. And can do a bunch of damage. We're leaving it here for a while then. Yeah. Cool thing to be seeing. Indeed. Mm-hmm. 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 let's continue then. But yeah. It is the thing though that they both be using Surfetched. Like not depending on what game you're playing, you're gonna be seeing Surfetched nonetheless. Which, you know, makes sense for both of them to be having because it has both the sword and the shield. But neither of them use them in the double battle that they are having though. Even though that would be kind of cool. But kind of a cooler thing to be seeing though would have been that if they would have been using two Aegis Slash and one of them would have been having it in the shield form and the other one would have been having it in the attack form. But yeah. It do be cool though, I love it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind them as character per se, but I think like one of the only like really annoying things is that you have to deal with them in order to like truly complete the game or the main story. But that's about it really. Here, you know, another few annoying characters in Pokemon games. Another kind of cool thing as well is that even though it's very annoying of a fight for sure, if you're not prepared for it, is the depending on of course what game you're playing, but in Scarlet and Violet the final like professor fight. It's kind of cool. And you will be seeing, you know, all the Paradox Pokemon of the game. Which, you know, makes sense, but it's not like they are super necessary to be seeing, but they make sense for, you know, the two to be having them on the team because, you know, they have been researching the past or the future. So why wouldn't they want to be studying them more, aka using them to battle? Why wouldn't they want to be doing that? Because like some of them are gonna be like the first time that you're playing the game. For some of them are gonna be like a surprise for you of the Professor ones. Paradox Pokemons, because you're not gonna be seeing every single one of them. Quite likely, I would like to say beforehand, but it's also nice that you'll be seeing some of them so you know a little bit what to be expecting from when you see that they're sending a like a Scream Tail and like you're like, yeah, that's that typing, so you know I can more easily be dealing with it. It would be very cool. Would it be interesting if Boba Fett would be getting an evolution? Because I'm kind of doubting that it would be getting a regional variant. I don't really know what could be Boba Fett's like regional variant. Because at the same time it's not really anything but quite unique. What if it would be getting an evolution? I mean, I would like to say quite unlikely for sure, but I think if it would be getting an evolution though, I think the type probably would be Psychic and Ghost. Because of Shadow Tag. Like, let's say that it would be evolving into something and it would be losing its Shadow Tag, but it still has the Ghost typing. You know? Or it could be something like it has shadow check plus something. An evolution for a Wobbuffet. It do be like a punching bag, you know. The evolution is something I don't really know what it is supposed to be, but it's certainly something. I don't know, but weirdly, like, I guess because kind of going on with the punching bag idea, maybe it could become like some sort of like a doll. Like more specifically some of those kind of dummy dolls. And you know, it's used to be getting hit, so it doesn't really care about it, and it still could be keeping like the tankiness of it. Maybe that would be too much. It's just kind of an idea that I could be seeing working for a Wobbuffet evolution. But also, like, I don't know, I would be finding it quite cool if Wobbuffet would have been doing it, because I really doubt that it's gonna be switching to that now. But I think it would have been kind of cool if Wobbuffet would have been like changing colors depending on what region it's in. Like, you know, why not? Why couldn't have it be switching colors depending on what region it's in? Or I don't know. Because I think that there is like a little bit of a problem with Wobbuffet, that it is kind of forgotten Pokemon now. You know, it was big thing in the anime for quite some time, but then not really that big of a deal, I would like to say, anymore. So yeah, it could be, you know, getting be used at some point. It would be kind of interesting to be actually seeing Wobbuffet to be used in in like a rival but the champion fight. It could be, I guess, a rival fight as well, but make it work in that way that it would be always be falling into focus dash or something else, and then it can try to be knocking you back for sure, like with a good hitch. If you would be somehow be one-shotting it otherwise. I think that would be an interesting one. Yeah. What buffet used by an important trainer? It would definitely be. It would definitely be, an interesting one indeed. Is it like being able to potentially be KOing one of your team members if it would be holding into a focus dash or something like that? It would be interesting, could be interesting indeed. Because honestly, now that I think about it, well, if I've been used by an important trainer, what if there would be a gym at some point in a Pokemon game that, is meant to be a little bit, trolly and stuff like that? Be having something like Zorua. Something like Zorua, for example, or Wobbuffet. Things along those lines. A little tricky one of a gym. Because I think that would be kind of a cool way, once again, to be getting like a interesting gym without it being too difficult, could be a thing, at some point for sure. Because I think like one way that it could technically be working that gym is that they lead with specifically Hishu and Zoro work that would be disguised as the web of edge. Because then if you would be trying to be using Shadow Ball on it, you know, it doesn't do anything. Of course, if you're having a dark type move, then you know, and it's gonna be hitting, but could be interesting though. Could be interesting. What if that would be the case? Don't know really what else would be having on the team. But something for sure. Don't know why it ran away from you, but anyways, it's fine. Yeah. I guess teacher would be working, but at the same time, it doesn't really work with the trickery thing as well, because you know, you see that it's gonna be a Dicho. If it's not going to be, you know, disguised as the Dicho, they sort of... I don't know. I don't know. Could be interesting. I know that at one point there was an evolution in mind for Dicho, which sounds odd, and I don't know how it would even be, you know, improving as much. I will say that I don't mind a Pokemon like Ditto again. That wouldn't be too bad, but it's just... This would be kind of weird if there would be a Ditto that would be evolving, or Ditto would be evolving. I guess, like, does it lose then the possibility to be transferring into other Pokemon, or what happens? And what is going to be, like, a thing that happens indeed for it? Would be very interesting to know. Imagine if they all of a sudden at some point, by the way, would be releasing all the baby Pokemon that they were thinking about doing for Gen 2. the problem is that there is indeed a problem of like why for quite a good amount of them. Because unfortunately quite a good amount of them just look like they are nothing but just a smaller version of, you know, now the base form. But I will say that there is some interesting ones for sure that could be very interesting to be seen. One thing I will say that I would kind of hope to be happening at one point is that a Pokemon that has, you know, regional variants. Let's say Meowth is a very good example because it has 2 different regional variants, and you know, 3 as a whole. 2 different regional variants though. And what if Meowth would be getting like somehow a baby version, and then it wouldn't really look like any of the Meowths really, they would just look like kind of like what Tyrogue does, that it doesn't really look like any of its evolutions. It does have some similarities to some of them for sure, but not like fully. And then like you could be seeing in a region one to be evolving into this version. Like you would be seeing the same Pokemon to be evolving into 3 different things in this case. I doubt it, but it would be kind of cool. It'd be kind of cool to be seeing. Because, you know, some of the Pokédex entries are like this Pokemon evolved into this because of the environment. So, like, if they would be having a baby form, I think it would be making more sense. Kind of like what Mime Jr. does do in these games. But you know, go more into it. As I said, it would be kind of cool to be seeing in the game itself. Like, how do things like that happen that it will be evolving into? The same Pokemon will be evolving into a few different things. Like, I think it could have been kind of cool to be seeing the case to be like that with the 2 different Shallows and Gastrodon forms in Hisui. That would have been kind of cool. I don't know how they could have been implementing it, but there certainly could have been a way to be implementing that. Since, you know, it is a big thing that there is 2 different Gastrodon forms. So like actually seeing it in the game though would be interesting. No. I thought I would be healing the Mingino there, but I see that I didn't. Also, another cool thing would be nice to be seeing is that what they did do with the Braviary and Mandibas line is be seeing it being done with another Pokemon that are usually connected in one way or another. Usually, you know, being version exclusives. And you know, in Scarlet and Violet, you could be seeing in the base game is Braviary, and in Kitakami they did bring Mandibas back as well. It would be kind of cool to be seeing again. Maybe one day, maybe one day. Like, of course, there's like duos that you can't really be doing it for. For example, if there is not gonna be a drastic change for Carablast and Shelmet, you can be doing with that trio that you would be introducing them later. Not impossible though, but I would like to say quite unlikely. Like another pair that I could definitely be seeing to be done for that, you know, have been in a bunch of different games is the is Solar Falfen or Machis. I could definitely be seeing it done for those. I think I can do around 15. For the hour has passed. It is. It's like it's 3 to 4 less than I will be getting each time from the 150. I also wonder, like, one thing that I would see to be a thing in Pokemon games in the future is that since there is, you know, in sometimes the case that certain trainers are inspired by trainers that we know of. Yeah, could be seeing more of those situations. Like, more than just, you know, a text piece. And you know, like Raihan's case is quite cool. Missing something like that. And I guess another thing that would be cool to be seeing as well is some form of like rivalry between two team leaders. The friendly kind. Like, let's say that there would be versus an exclusive gyms and stuff along those lines, and one of them has just won the rights to be doing having the gym in there, depending on the game version. And they kind of go back and forth. Or it could be like a gym that could be like, depending on what part in the story you are switching. That could be an interesting one. Doubt it a little bit, but could be an interesting thing to be seeing. And then like after the story you could be few time, or like after some time you could be battling them again, and you know they would be switching each time that you could be defeating it. Maybe. Because I think most of the time there has been the situation that the rivalry between like two gym leaders have been like bad or like kind of unfair in the situations that, you know, Sabrina and the fight in JoJo. That seems a little bit unfair, but hey, fair enough. If you know to be having a type advantage, At least, you know, fighting type did get a dude in the Elite Four, so that's pretty cool. Which I also will be saying strange is that I don't think it's in any particular order, but you could think that the first Elite Four member that you defeat is, you know, in quotes, better or worse. Like, the more you get into Elite Four members, they get better and better. But, you know, in some games they are... like, you can battle them in any order, so, you know, the order doesn't always make too much sense and doesn't matter all the time. But yeah, it's quite interesting, though, that a fighting one in Shoto will be after the psychic one. So, you know, did the fighting one win then? Or what's going on? And also the dark one did win the fighting one? And also Poison did win the psychic one. I mean, fair enough, I suppose. It's quite a good amount of cool Pokemons and good Pokemons there. It do be interesting though. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. That's why I kind of like the blueberries approach, that it's just, you know, these are just, you know, the strongest ones, even though they are also in some kind of order. But at the same time, it's like also just said that these are one of the strongest trainers in here. Oh yeah. Doobie what doobie. Gonna be having soon-ish another break indeed. I'll actually be, as usual, around the 4-hour mark. I'll be actually stretching myself as well. I mean, I do be stretching a little bit every time, but like do a bigger stretching thing. Stand up and stretch legs and stuff. What? We'll be taking breaks indeed. But yeah, I'm not too sure how long I'll be going today, like how many encounters I can see. I mean, once we hit the next 100, we should be at nice 600. As I said, if I will be doing 6 hours, 900 is a possibility. I don't think that I will be pushing at you 1,000. But we'll see, we'll see. How to be feeling. But most likely not. I guess like best way to be seeing is that at that point where we are, I think that will be important, like how far I would be from that. But still, the amount that will be done today is very lovely. I don't know, it always feels nice then, you know, when I'm doing like what I like to be calling the encounter-based games and I'm, you know, counting each encounter. Always feels nice to be seeing the progress, like surely I can and I have done accounting for like Scarlet and Violet before. But at the same time, I feel like because encounters are so fast in Scarlet and Violet that it's most likely gonna be like taking too much time from it. But yeah, each their own though. I don't know, the problem is always with shiny hunting, as it is always with most things. You like to be doing that. Sometimes it will be hard to be stopping. Because it's just, you know, it's, you know, a thing that you like to be doing, so of course you want to keep doing it. Like, just makes sense. Always good to be having some sort of an ending point though. You do indeed. Oh yeah, and to check out. Check out actually earlier. I don't think that there's a way in this game of doing a thing that I'm thinking of doing. Although could always be wrong, so good to be double checking. Yeah, we'll make sure, yeah. Correct. Yeah, I was just thinking that you can't be getting, unfortunately, from the Cryomatic, you can be getting massive walls from there. Then again, you know, you can be getting Safari and Sport Ball from there, so fair enough. Only way that we're getting more Master Balls would be from the Pokemon Center computer thingy. What we'll see, we'll see. Will be definitely a thing that liking to be getting. Let's get most likely this is gonna be the last encounter, depending on how fast it goes. Before the breaking the usual 3 minutes, of course. Waiting about in this battle, I see. I need to have a time to be getting another one. Let's go. Stretching my legs indeed. There we go. Nicely stretched indeed. Well, we'll be getting going soon indeed. Let's run away from you. Wait until maybe a new one spawns in and encounter it. Nice. But there is a third Pokemon that was just behind. The funny little guy. known to be a Wobbuffet. Was indeed. I don't like that the stuff also likes to be so close to the Wobbuffets because I think I will be encountering them. Which isn't the end of the world at all, but the problem really is that, you know, I need to be KOing it if I encounter it without having Ghost type in front. You know, I'd rather not. But, you know, these dudes like to be hiding behind the dudes. So fair enough, I suppose, even though it doesn't really make that much sense because they do be wanting to be your friends. They'll be coming and saying hello to you if they make a eye contact. Oh yeah, that would actually be kind of cool to be seeing, like, if there would be the case in like Scarlet and Violet kind of games, aka overworld Pokemon games. You would be able to see like small Pokemon to be hiding or being near like bigger Pokemons. You know, stuff like that. Kind of like what group spawns or family spawns already do in Scarlet and Violet, but you know, kind of take it up a notch. And you know, not let it be like the same evolutionary line. Because I'm pretty sure it's always the case. Like to say so indeed. I could be wrong. Which, you know, they make sense that they would be group spawns, but why not? It would be interesting to see, though. I mean, the Lola thing for Cursor to be happening again. No, Cursor being hunted by Marini. Be seeing it in action. Because, you know, we do be seeing like Pokemons interacting according to their Pokedex, sometimes in the wild in Scarlet and Violet already. I talked about it before, like Viper and Zangoose. It's hard to be seeing, but you can definitely see it. But it would be nice if it would be happening more as well. Like, let's say that since like Pokédex says that these two Pokemon have rivalry with each other, that they would be, you know, be aggressive and attack each other. Carping has it quite safe though, because Sableye is not available in the locations that Carping is available in. Even though it would be quite a cool thing if you could be seeing that as well. Same it is with Corsola and Marini. Because it would be so cool to be seeing in like Scarlet and Violet kind of game. Maybe, you know, diving would be a function, or somehow that you will be able to see better underwater. You know, have a cool coral reef, and there will be Cursula, maybe a new coral type Pokemon. And, you know, other things fitting there to be seen. And, you know, there would be, because there's Cursulas, there would be Marinis every once in a while there. Mostly chilling on the actual like coral that there is in the game, but Sometimes attacking hurts a lot. What if? What if? Because I think it is kind of a missed opportunity that we can't be seeing underwater as much. I mean, we never really have been able to see too much underwater in Pokemon games, to be fair. Or if we can, it's even rarer that we can actually, like, encounter Pokemons underwater. But maybe it could be. Maybe it could be the case, though. Maybe one day we'll be getting a Pokemon region that would be mostly based underwater. That would definitely be a different twist, and probably will be having something very interesting story-wise to be happening. I would like to say. As I said, there's very few situations where we can see underwater or be underwater in Pokemon games. Like, imagine how cool it would be to be able to, like go underwater, and like the Pokemon that you would be going underwater with will be a Araquanid. And instead of like it usually having like the water bubble around its head, it would be creating like an air bubble for you. So I will say so much that it doesn't make too much sense, the underwater breathing devices in Pokemon games. But it do be a magical place, so fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Maybe or maybe. No. Unfortunately, I will say one thing that I'm quite certain that would be happening if we would be having an underwater section, that it would probably be lagging. But hey, it would be cool. I should have waited a little bit so I don't need to deal with those Swirlix there, but it's unfortunately a little too late now. They don't really care. Okay, that's good then. It's soon time to switch out of you as well. You only have one move left. Indeed. But even though they don't have too many moves, you know, it'll last like 2 sessions, more or less. So, you know, that's good. That's very good. It would be kind of interesting if we would be having at some point like Minchino to be having a regional variant, but you know, it being completely opposite of like what Minchino that we know now is and has going on for itself. Like, you know, it being not that much into cleaning things and stuff. 'Cause, you know, I know Minchino's whole thing. That he likes to be keeping things nice and tidy. Interesting would that be, for sure. For sure, indeed. I will say that I'm still interested in doing the thing that with Roly Coly most likely, because it's the easiest one still to be doing it with, is to be doing, you know, KOing them the 500 times or so. I'll see how long I'll be going for like the KOs. And after that, only encountering the ones with aura. I wouldn't mind to be getting, you know, a chance at using that kind of a special thing, you know. Because I will say that not too many of my hunts that I have been doing the KOing thing has actually been found through the KOing method. Which, you know, do be fair enough. Be fair enough indeed. I want to check out one thing real quickly. Did I not get a face after the Halloween thing in here? Not gotten a face in here after the Halloween thing. I thought so. How long ago was this then? That long time ago. Oh yeah, these weren't found too far apart, but then again they were pretty. The other one was only like 900 encounters. It was under 1,000, so you know, fair enough. Yeah, they were. After Halloween, I did like a month and a half or so. Not a real month and a half, a little bit over a month in here, and in that time I didn't find anything. I would be very happy, by the way, if I could be running out of Enksy's moves as well. I can be running out of Enksy's moves as well, then, you know, I'll be very happy, but unfortunately, there is still, you know, a decent amount of, like, encounters that I'll be doing. I would like to say that I will at the least be going for 7,600. So, you know, there is a very good amount of checks still left today. If I don't, of course, find anything before that. If I would be finding something, depending on what point I will be getting each, I probably will be getting, like, at least 100 encounters for the next phase. This is the thing that I like to do, that I like to be having a little bit of a start for the next phase, for like when I will be doing, like, of course, more of it. And yeah, it'll be like that. It's definitely a chance, but the problem is that at the same time Enksy has quite a good amount of moves that it will be able to use. I think like 50? No. It's only 40. Which there has been, 3 used, but it doesn't really matter that much. Definitely a doable situation. But we shall see. We shall see indeed. Maybe. Ooh, another boosted one. Unfortunately, no. I would like to know though, what are the dudes doing with these watts? Like once you it is kind of a currency. What are they doing with the watts? What is the purpose of them? And why are there so many people wanting to be collecting them? Bunch of questions. So little answers. Watch if Farfetched, you'll give me a very nice trick of you. What if that would be the case? Unfortunately, it don't really seem so. That one wanted to be giving me a nice combo. It was the one that gave me like, I didn't actually count, but probably like 5 or 6 in a row. Which is, nice and lucky. And thankfully, KOing, and then it will be having, the boosted chance of giving you the next one of the same species. Thankfully, it's not like something like, what is it, protected will be less and less effective the more time you try to be doing it. I know, I'm pretty sure it should be having always the higher chance. Which I will say that I kind of hope that they will be keeping it the case if they are gonna be going into, you know, back to like encounter-based games, not overworld ones. That you could be having like that kind of a streak going on somehow. But we'll see, we'll see. I guess that would be kind of nice if they would be doing that. But also not being in the way that, you know, once you encounter something else, it's gonna be breaking the thing. I mean, then again, we do be having outbreaks, so that would be another way to be going around it. As well, that we're just having, you know, outbreaks of the certain Pokemon, so, you know, easier to be seeing a good amount of the same Pokemon. I don't know, I like outbreaks, but I guess depends on how they're gonna be making them. Are they gonna be as bad as they sometimes can be in Scarlet and Violet location-wise, that you literally are not gonna be seeing anything from the outbreak? If they, you know, would be always being good locations and, you know, you could be seeing a decent amount of the Pokemon that is in the outbreak, then yeah, sure. I'm completely happy if we would be keeping those. But I still will say that I will be wishing that there would be some way easily to be encountering with an item, with an ability. There would be a way to be getting like the rarer things in the area that you're in. It could be an endgame item, ability of sorts. I will be completely fine with it. But I would absolutely love that there would be the case that you could be getting the rarer ones to be also like more likely somehow. It's not really an endgame thing, but it's still a thing in this game. There is the picnic thing. Picnic camp. Whatever. Or making curry. That thing. That if a Pokemon appears with that, it's more likely to be in the rare pool. Or the rarer side of the pool. Which, you know, is very nice. It doesn't work for everything, unfortunately, because never anything works for everything. But it's still a nice one. That's why I'm kind of like in my own way like looking forward to Gen 5 remakes. Because, you know, they are coming in at some point, I would like to say. If Pokemon, you know, doesn't disappear before that point from the world. That I would absolutely love to be like having the rustling grass thing. Seeing how well it would be working on Switch and such. Or whatever console it's gonna be on. But yeah. I'll be interested in that. And I'm kind of ashamed that, like, it's kind of a shame that it's not really a thing in other games. At least to the level that it's in the, you know, the Unova games, the rustling grass. Like, you could say that Dex Nav is kind of same kind of Pokédex recommendation thing. But it's very situational, the Pokédex recommendation thing. But I do be there though. Also, another cool thing would be cool to be seeing again is it is a kind of a thing in Sword and Shield, but in very few locations. But have like different patches of grass, have different like encounter tables. Like, it doesn't even, in my opinion, need to be different Pokemons, but let's say that in this patch of grass, like Altaria would be rare, but let's say that in the other bush in the same area, it's gonna be like a lot more common. Because there's some like right now only one area that I can think of that it would be the case without changing areas in Sword and Shield, and it's in the Route 3, you know, just before the first Galore Mine. And like in the bushes in front of there, it's just like basically roly-holy. Nothing else. Another kind of similar thing, but it is kind of because it's scripted, is the thing called the fire gym in here that I'm not remembering the name of, but you know, there that do be like, you know, in every single bush there's only one Pokemon that you can encounter, but you know, it's meant to be that way, you know. Which I will say that at some point I'll be returning and actually finishing the hunt in there. I did do it a little bit during this like Sword playthrough, but I'll be going back there at some point indeed. And actually, you know, doing it. I don't know exactly how many, like, what Pokemon I want to be getting in there, and do I want to be trying to be getting all three? Is an option. I think like the main target would be there because it's Gen 8 Pokemon is Sizzlebead. And to be fair, I do be fine with any single one of them. Whatever one it's going to be, it'll be nice. Yeah, there's a little weak Sizzlebead and Vulpix's options there. Which I will still say that I find it kind of weird that it is in like Growlithe in the other version. Because, you know, they are kind of version exclusives in this game. Growlithe and Vulpix. But, you know, it would be the rare one for that game in the gym. Because when I did first play through the game, I was like thinking that that would be the case, but it isn't. It really isn't the case. It just is, you know, Vulpix there no matter what version it is. And again, the other thing is that do I want to be doing it double, which would be kind of, you know, making sense. And it's one of the easiest plays, if you ask me, that you need to be actually moving to be like setting up the double like hunting thing for it do be definitely like that. Because it's just like, you know, everything is always gonna be in the same locations. It's easy. I will say that it do be kind of unfortunate that if you would like to be doing the hunt in the fire gym in this game, that, you know, you can be doing a shiny charm, because, you know, you don't get access to the shiny charm in this game until the rock/ice gym. Which, you know, fair enough. And, you know, it doesn't just matter that you will be transferring every single Pokemon to this game, and that way you will be getting, you know, the perfect decks. It doesn't help out. But, yeah. It should be interesting. Like, you know, technically you can get access to, you know, legendary Pokemon before you can even get a shiny charm. Because, you know, you can be just going into either Isle of the Armor or the Ground Tundra, and, you know, in both places there is available legendaries that are easy-ish to obtain. Easy-ish to obtain indeed. It's not that bad at all. Yeah. I don't know. At the same time, like, I like that it's so late in the game, the place that you would be getting a shiny charm from. But at the same time, it's not that bad that it's available, like, immediately, in quotes, like in Scarlet and Violet it is. Because, you know, it's still going to be a pain to be transferring everything to that game. Like, it isn't going to be easy at all. But yeah, do be what it do be. If shiny charm is available immediately, then you know it'd be like that. It do be like that indeed. I think I might be able to go down before the Swirlixes, but then again, I think I'll be standing for a short period of time and it's gonna be seeing me. How tragic that is. Oh, nice. I guess I wasn't in the immediate line of sight then. Or the game is like already counting me to be hiding. If I don't straight away get moving. Either way, fine with me. So it's gonna be coming in here and being a meanie. Try to be getting encountered. Indeed. So 7,500 on this phase indeed. 5 more encounters to be getting that, which also means that 700 encounters today. Yes. And it doesn't seem like we're gonna be keeping up the theme that be able to run out of Xyz's move by the end. It's a little unfortunate, but I think I can live with that. I think I can live with that indeed. No, just barely. About 700 more to go that I would be hitting the odds, but It's not gonna be happening today. You know, most likely next time, at least then, you know, I will be having the correct amount of encounters to be going for, you know. Having that indeed. I guess if I go to 7,600, we'll be going to that. Then, you know, it would be 600 away. If I go to 7,700, and you know, it's even less away. Just 5,000, 5,000, and it suddenly jumps to 5,500. It's just gonna be getting, you know, shorter, and it's just a longer period of time. Yeah. Surely. Alright. Always slowly but surely be getting there. Well, only 30 more of these to go, and then, or 29 technically. So I'll be running out of the moves. Wait and see. Doable? Yes. If I can get like a nice streak from these, which it seems to be going on right now. I think this is the third one. So hey, keep it coming in. I'll be happy with it. Also, I'm not completely sure. I doubt that it's the case. It would be kind of interesting to be seeing, like, if at some point, like when we do be having, you know, regional variants for Pokemons, that they would be having different gender ratio from the regular one or the original one. Because I think, like, Galarian Farfetch could be having it going about for it. That, you know, normally 50-50, but maybe more of a chance it to be male if it's, you know, Galarian kind. It's kind of why I'm thinking that is because of the kind of a problem of name called Surf-Edged. Same is like with Mr. Mime and stuff like that. But yeah. It could be kind of cool, like, anyways, to be getting Pokemons, if they have indeed regional variants, that they could be having different gender ratios. And I think that could be, like, made somehow make sense as well. I think that's another boosted thing on the water. If I did see correctly. It's pretty cool. Be getting another one in there. Let's go. Yeah, it is. Be fishing there shortly. I don't even know how many times in this game I have failed to be fishing things because it's so easy in these games. Because for some reason they need to be making it extremely frustrating in chain fishing. Definitely one of the things of all time. Unfortunately, it seems like this hour has been a little bit more quiet on encounter-wise. I'd be happy if I would be able to even get you 7,540 checks. But I think like 7,530 is gonna be more likely. But then again, it is unfortunately the case with the... If you're going for the visible ones, and you know, luck is luck at the end of the day, you can't always be getting the one that you want to be showing up. Are they? You be there? Be there. Oh yeah, I think it would be kind of cool if at some point you'll be having Katie again. You know, the bug gym leader from Alea. And she could somehow be able to use Swirlix. I think that just would be lovely. Or like, we just having a Swirlix in and about. I think that would be cool. You know, being kind of, you know, owning a bakery or something like that. That's why, like, to be supporting at least some parts the thing that a bunch of fans want, that making teams for gym leaders based on certain themes instead of like types. Like, surely I understand, like, if you have a certain type, it's easier to be making like gym leaders, but if we would be having the situation be instead of that, be like BFU teamed or I don't know what else really, but you know, have themes instead of certain types to be the gym leaders Pokemons. It would be kind of cool. Would be yet again like a different way to be making things. Or even if it would be like maybe few gym leaders in the region would be having that. And that would be, you know, the way to be like explaining why this dude, even though it says that it's gonna be, I don't know, a normal type gym leader, why does it have these kind of Pokemons that aren't normal? But they would be explained that because they just make sense for the other career that the dude has. And you know, why not? Why not let that be the case? Because especially nowadays, there's actually not that many gym leaders, especially in Paldea, that they don't have another like job that they are going for. In the past, it has definitely been like a lot rarer thing that they have something else that they are gonna be doing. But indeed, in Paldea, for example, it's such a big deal that like they all have some other sort of career as well. You know, they're not just standing in the gyms all day. Even though I don't know really how does a certain gym leader from Unova be able to be doing that and still be able to work. But it do be what it do be. It's nice to be seeing like them to be having like other things going on in their lives, but just the gym. Like surely I'm like completely like I understand that, you know, it is very important and it probably pays well as well to be a gym leader in Pokemon games. Pokemon universe, whatever my thing. But at the same time, just standing in a gym for hours upon hours, it's kind of eh. But yeah, we'll be having an ad break. I'll be getting one more encounter and we'll be leaving it there. We'll be getting going soon then. Once again. Let's run away from you. There's another swirls there. I also wonder one thing as well. Do they want to be keeping it going? That, you know, your rival is getting some sort of a job or something like that. Because that again is quite a neat thing that they have been doing. Or not really your rival, but someone else is getting a job. You know, like I don't know what they could really be, but hey, of kind of being, you know, professor's assistant and stuff like that. Any kind of getting a job, you could say. It's a weird situation, for sure. There's been a few times, just honestly, there has been like the rival has become like professors. You know, little helper. But you know, why not more? Why not more, though? What could the rivals be getting, though, apart from like being the professor's assistant? I mean, technically, at least in the older games, isn't every Pokemon trainer professor's assistant because they are helping out with the Pokédex and helping to be discovering new things. Wouldn't they all be? But, I don't know. To be fair, though, usually rivals and the Pokemon or like the player character, they aren't that old, so you know, it doesn't make the most amount of sense, but maybe we could be having. Have we ever really have it be going on in Pokemon games? That, you know, a sibling would be your rival. I mean, if we have, we could be having it again, and maybe, you know, your rival is like your older sibling, and that's, you know, like at some point would be getting a job or something like that. Maybe because of your help or something like that. But why not be having like a sibling as a rival? I understand that, you know, having friend rivals is, you know, quite a usual case in Pokemon games, but would it be that bad of having a sibling? Because we kind of did have in the anime. We kind of had a rivalry with the sibling. At least I consider it being one because it's annoying and it's Max. Or like, anyways, a Pokemon game where you would be having siblings. Not just, you know, your rivals or someone else important. Why couldn't you? Why couldn't you be having a sibling? I guess that would be kind of cool if that would be the case indeed. Yeah, what if, what if? Okay, one thing that even though it's kind of sad that it's not a thing anymore at all in Pokemon games, but it's kind of, in my opinion, nice thing that it's not a thing anymore is that giving your rival a name. I mean, I don't mind giving, you know, characters names. I also don't really like it, but I mean, if I need to, then, you know, I'll figure out something. But I think it also gives, like, it gives, like, whoever is your rival or whoever you need to be naming apart from yourself. At least for me, it gives like them more of a character. And like if they would be having their own name already picked out from for them. But I don't know. Yeah. It's fine how it is, but maybe there could be a... Maybe there isn't ever gonna be a chance to be nicknaming your rival. Because I don't know, it just gives it somehow for my liking more character if it already has a name. And I guess it's also like easier to be like if you are like looking into more of things like because you know the games aren't gonna be giving you the full coverage of the story of the rivals. For example, they're kind of just giving you what you see and what happens during that game. But yeah, having it to be that they have a name, it's easier to be like reading or watching something official made for them to like know their story better. It's nicer. Now that I think about it, I don't think that you can actually nickname your rival in that many games. Like, it is actually very few games that you can nickname your rivals. Or rival. Most games have only one rival. Because, you know, Gen 1, Gen 2. Gen 4. Gen 5. Yeah, it isn't that many games that you can actually nickname your rival, which is good, as I said, I like it that way. What? Do be what it do be. And also sometimes if you know like the actual name that the rival is supposed to be having, like in the case of like Barry in Shino games, for me it kind of feels odd to be having the rival be anything but Barry. You know? It just makes like huh? Like in the case of Barry, it's definitely the case of, you know, anime having the same dude that, you know, the name is very well known from. Because I know that not everyone is like reading the manga for example, for Pokemon, so if it's mentioned in there, it's probably not gonna be seen that much, you know? Even though I'm pretty sure Barry has a different name in the manga, but anyways. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I have a feeling. But anyways. But yeah. And also there is always the question that if you give them, you know, silly or stupid names, it just feels odd when you encounter them. Like the story things said and such. But maybe it could be a thing that you could be nicknaming your rival, but maybe it could be like you could have it like in the older games, like you could be having like this is like the name that the game is gonna be saying that it is. If you're not gonna be nicknaming it, but if you do, then you know you can give it a nickname. It has always been like a default option, so it's not like that would be going anywhere, right? That would become a thing. I'm gonna see what time it is when I'm getting closer to 7,600. Do I want to be ending it there, or do I want to be continuing on? We'll see, we'll see. Because it do be quite close to each on the PM side, indeed. And I would like to say that it is gonna be it'll be like 6.5 hours most likely. With my prediction how long this would still be getting going, but we'll see, we'll see. Because my prediction is that it's gonna be taking like an hour from this point. You know, one thing that I have kind of always wanted to get my hands on is one of those guidebooks for Pokemon games. You know, see what kind of info they have, because they are sometimes definitely very interesting information there, kind of situations. And you know, there is sometimes maybe a chance that there would be something new that you could be learning from them. I doubt it, but hey, wouldn't really be hurting. Because I will say one thing that I do be wishing sometimes to be having is like a offline version to be like searching for things like movesets and whatnots for Pokemons from different games. So maybe having that in a book form wouldn't be too bad. It's like, surely it isn't that bad that you can be, or you need to be having an internet connection, but sometimes it would be nice to not be needing that, because, you know, sometimes you're in a situation that you're thinking that, do I want to evolve this Pokemon now, or do I want to be keeping it until later? Kind of situation. But yeah. Because there is definitely some Pokemon that you could be like thinking that, do I want to evolve this now or should I be waiting? Mainly, you know, stone evolutions. Especially in the older games where you can be, you know, easily be learning things. Oh, speaking of which, let me check things out real quickly. It's the thing I'm looking for. Oh, that dude just spawned in. Let's defeat you though. Oh yeah, I need to be waiting. Okay, nothing. Okay, this is going to be... Oh. I get that. Hierba. Ooh. Oh. I'm not a far-fetched. Yeah. Okay. Not that bad then. Because I was thinking... If I need to do that, I can. Because I was thinking, like, if I need to, I can quite easily be getting access to... the thing. I was thinking that if I would need to be using hard skills on the grass only thing, I can get them pretty easily. Basically immediately when I psych like serve. So good to know that I can keep that in mind, because it's quite a good chance that, you know, Loves of Disc is holding on to one. So definitely be taking that. It's at least a better chance to be getting that than it is to be getting a one from the boys somewhere from the Rosalia or Cacnea. Definitely indeed. Yeah. If I need to, I can teach things through there, so that's nice. As I said, I'll be figuring things out for that for next time that I'll be doing that. As I said, I need to be leveling up the Lily, and then I need to be indeed figuring out how I will ever be able to deal with the flying gym. And I would hope that it doesn't require for me to be getting a ridiculous amount of levels. To be fair though, I have a decent amount of rare candies thanks to pickup. So, you know, that's not that bad. But, you know, still. It do be what it do be. I think the other stuff is boosted. I said it's still a little bit of a yellow there, but I could be seeing wrong. Yeah, not that hard to come by, thankfully, indeed. Like one thing that I kind of always liked about, even though in older games it's pain to be getting like certain moves to the Pokemons, it is still relatively easy because, you know, hard scales aren't that hard to come by. And, you know, of course, it's nice that nowadays that you don't need to be caring about it at all. You can just, you know, be learning things whenever. It would be quite nice. Is it easy? Yes, but then again, do I really care? No. No, I don't. It makes the game more enjoyable for me to be playing. If I'll be able to learn things whenever I want. Like, surely, like, one thing that I will say that I don't mind to be a thing is the... like, that there would be egg moves. That's the thing that I wouldn't mind that would be in the games that days. Like, certain moves that you can only learn from breeding. That is a thing that I wouldn't mind at all. Hey, we'll see, we'll see. What ends up being the case indeed. I would like to say that most likely in remakes it's gonna be the way that it was originally. Which, you know, is understandable, but at the same time kind of annoying. Because I think that remakes would be always the best if they are working the same mechanics as the like nowadays games are, but still have the feel of the old games. That would be a good way to be having remakes indeed. Having, you know, a nice balance there. Imagine if we would be getting remakes at some point that wouldn't be having a fairy tribe. To be fair, there really isn't too many games that there could be that we haven't gotten a remakes of. You know, just let's just not have fairy tribe there. It would be odd, sure. Because then you gotta question on that, are they gonna be going with the table of super effectiveness, resistances, weaknesses, whatever my things from those times, you know, making steel a little bit OP, or are they gonna be doing what? And what is gonna be the case? Ooh, another boost one. Another good chance to be getting it. I think I'll be going for a little bit longer than the 7,600. I don't think that I'm gonna be going to 7,700 though, but somewhere in between those two is most likely gonna be where I'm gonna be ending for today then. Once we of course be getting there first. We'll see. Ready for those 216 watts. Or 19. It's 3 more than I remember. As I said, that doesn't... It's a cool thing, but at the same time, like, the amount that you get is like... What are you still gonna be doing with it? Like, surely I understand that you're gonna be getting something, but still. And also, how are you gathering them? What's our mysterious things? What's our very mysterious things indeed? Mm-hmm. 。 Another one of you guys. Well, you are decided to be showing up nicely. I only would need to be finding 7 of you after this. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hello, cat. What are you gonna be up to? Are you gonna be getting going? Wind has calmed down, probably for the day. There unfortunately isn't gonna be that much movement going about outside. Hello. You want more room? I can give you more room if you need more room. Gonna be attacking the mic? What are you gonna be doing? There's still things moving there. Cool. It's another Farfetch. If only I could be seeing something. I'm gonna be giving you more room over there, so you can stay there. Maybe. I mean, as long as you're not blocking my view from more than one screen, I'm fine. Block one, it's fine. If you block more than one, then it's gonna be probably a little bit problematic. You know, it's just slightly. It's one of those things that it would be good to be seeing. I'm running out of moves. I need to be switching a Pokemon. Yo. 2 more to go. And then we're out of moves with this one. This is straight gonna be keeping going. Unfortunate. But then again, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. I'm feeling that I might be running into that Wobbuffet soon. It's definitely a possibility. It's a nice pink fella though. Possibly a very nice pink fella indeed. What are you doing? Could you not be pressing so many buttons at once? I was about to encounter you anyways, but thanks. Oh, whatever buttons you did press, but... nothing too bad. Doesn't seem like it at least. Silly cat, where are you? If you want to see what's outside, go closer. You don't need to be on the check ball. It's easier to be a thing if you're closer to it. But I guess you might not be able to see those things as well if you would be closer to the window. And you can be sitting and watching outside and seeing them. Need to be MPS high at that point. Quite high in order to be seeing what's going on in there. There she goes. Down. Still watching out the wilderness. Silly, you are indeed. Silly you do be. But yeah, I guess I have run out of moves with this one as well. I guess I will be at least be KOing the last one that I ever will be seeing today. You know, sooner. So yeah. That's a very good amount. Okay, if I'm not just gonna be doing like about math. I think like 120-ish, maybe 30-ish. And yeah, not too bad at all. Very good, very nice. Very nice indeed. And still more to come today. For sure. I don't know, it's like seeming again that it would be so close to be hitting 900. Yeah, well. I'll go there if I go there. 850 is still a good amount because that was the amount that I was thinking that I could be. Or I would be ending today. But maybe a little more. Possible, definitely. Definitely indeed a possibility. Also, as I said, most likely gonna be continuing this then tomorrow if I don't feel like doing something else. Be the case indeed. No, another nice run of these games. Indeed. And people will be getting something tomorrow. Maybe indeed. Just a cat. Getting closer to the window and looking outside. Bunch of Stuffles in here. So you know Stuffles be doing what Stuffles do the best and be a group together. They do be that the best. So rarely be hearing Drifloon actually making the cry in here. It do be a funny cry though. Love it to the bits. Love it to the bits indeed. It is so odd, but so fitting. I mean, Drifloon and Drifblim, they do be, in their own way, kind of odd Pokemon in the first place, so... There do that be. Oh, 45 moves to be used. With you, maybe I'll be able to use like 5 of them. Be happy with that. 10 might be a little bit pushing it, even though, you know, we do be having another Farfetch there ready to be waiting once this streak over here ends, but I think it might still be a little too much to be asking for. But we'll see, we'll see. anything and everything is possible for sure. Is I think already the 5 that I thought, or is this only number 4? It might be on number 4. Technically it would be 5 because... Yes, I said we KOing at the last one because the last one as well as the first one was... They tend to be far-fetched because love to be starting and ending with a target if I have the chance to be choosing so. But if I can, then you know, be fine with that way as well, but if I have a chance to be choosing, then I want to be seeing target first and last. That's another nice and clean amount there. Very nice indeed. Well, I'll soon be starting the search for the Farfetch then if it doesn't want to show up in here. I'll then be fine checking out the not Minchino, but the Swirlix as well. Just to be keeping it in here. So usually to search a little bit sooner because, you know, if they say one with an aura, I'll be encountering it anyways. Usually, if there are 3 or 2 left, then I'll be starting the search then, if it is necessary. I now see for a Farfetch then I think. Leaving there, I'm gonna check out real quickly, is there a Farfetch in the other spot, in the middle where the water is? There isn't. Encounter one more, then I'll start a search. Searching for a Farfetched. See how long it is gonna be taking this time. Hopefully not too long. It usually doesn't take that long. I mean, it didn't take that long to be finding the first one today, to be fair. Usually indeed doesn't take that long at all. Few minutes max. Be finding the far-fetched indeed. Oh, there's two. I'm actually gonna be encountering both of them then. I'm not gonna be KOing this one because it doesn't really matter, because I'm not gonna be waiting to see another one, but let's see. Last encounter of the day. It's a regular old far-fetched. But yeah, it's gonna be it for today indeed. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow most likely gonna be continuing the far-fetched taunt. Nicely. But we'll see, we'll see. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed most likely tomorrow. Until then, bye!